Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Snake model? Yeah. I mean, you guys know what's up. And Kobo ran away. Kobo doesn't want to do art. I'm also lazy though. I'm also lazy. This model doesn't support. Well, it's not that it doesn't support. It's more like the hands I mess up a lot. So yeah, don't have hand tracking for now. But I did do a bit of an update on the boop many. I'm not too sure how it's gonna work on this model. I haven't tried it yet. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, wait, that's one big one and one small one. I forgot to update it. Okay, wow. This model has certain features that do things for you. This is a model that I figured out that I love hypnosis as well, so it's a thing, right? It's a thing. I understand, don't worry. I want to see snake hands. There is snake hands, but it's gonna be very broken. Give me a second. Because I messed up the the hand placement and also the hand just the hand placement. I messed up a lot. I didn't do proper T pose, I did A pose instead, so yeah, see? It's very broken and I cannot do it. It doesn't work, I'm sorry. It's a very broken hand, I messed up a lot. Hi Violet Devon, hi Brian. Get hypnosized, ED. It's a thing? The snake day? The snake day? Usually when I do art, it'll be snake because Cobalt ran away. I mean, I wouldn't want to do art too, but hey, it's art. It's fun though, don't get me wrong. Now I'm just trying to do this. Oh, I'm not even showing the screen. Although, okay, before I show the screen, let me do some item adjustment. There's two different kinds of boop. One is Muffin's boop. One is the Cobalt's boop. So I guess the scale could be bigger, this one. There we go. I wanna blip and also 8, I think. There we go. Nah. This is what I've been working on for the past few months, actually. Oh, encoding overloaded. I know. It's fine. The Death Fox. Hi, hope you're doing good. Although I do hope you are doing good. Time to keep that hood rubs and massages. Yeah, just don't stare at it too long or you might get... you might get... I'm sad. No, why? Oh, there's actually one thing I want to show real quick with this model. I forgot I used the standard shader for this, and this gives me ideas actually. So if I open up lights, it actually reflects off light because for the Cobalt model, I was using Mtoon, so the light doesn't really reflect. But this one kind of reflects and it kind of looks smooth, right? It kind of looks smooth though, to be honest. So this gives me ideas. It's not that it's not VC Face cannot. Like VC Face just doesn't really render like standard shader or standard material from Unity. It's just, I think it just doesn't support it. VC Face only support Mtoon, Whereas VTuber Plus can support most of the materials, it seems. Half my bean dip is gone. Bean dip? Eh? Bean dip? Doing good. My 3 pet snake with me in bedroom. Sounds like a good snaggly time. And got some hedge green chili black bean dip, and I fucking love it. Only issue is that I have consumed half the container in one sitting. You just consume half of it. That sounds good though. You can consume it so much because it's so good. So I think it's a good thing. Oh yeah, I even forgot to add the... I opened up the wrong thing. Don't go to the Microsoft Store. Let's see. I didn't forget about it this time. There's the pure ref. First try. You do Microsoft Store, hopefully I'm not trapped there. I only use the Microsoft Store for the sake of Killer Instinct, that's pretty much it. Chicken Nuggy. Hi Jade. I need to fish too. Have hint of hedge tortilla chips too, so all the spice. No you. Chicken nuggy for me as well. Oh. We take those. There's no limit on fishing. There is a 69 seconds cooldown on everyone. So like a user cooldown 69 seconds. Because haha funny, I'm definitely a mature. I'm so mature. Okay, let's see. I might be able to jump to substance now. I'm just gonna check something real quick. To be honest, it's not the same. Hi, Bad Gamer. But the wings looks a lot cleaner now, at least. I mean, it's not exactly the same. Steals the ferret. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Look at that. There's different boops then. Jay, do you want bulge? Well, what if I add bulge to this thing? Will I get banned? I mean, I asked because of this, you know. just casually showing bulge. You're on Twitch. Yeah, I'm not in Picato. Let's not use bulge. It's not a bulge, it's a ball. No one knows that. It's a ball, Twitch, you didn't know that. Okay. Hit on my insulin again. Oh shit. Just stop with the other one then wait. Speaking of, yeah, I've been upping my insulin for like about 2 units, sometimes 4 units. I'd rather do it in like an even number. But yeah. Blood sugar over 300? Wait, 20 is already scary. How do you measure it to 300? Unless it's 30.0, then yeah, that's also very scary. I think I'll get like when it's over. Usually I know it's over 20 because I start to feel like anger, and I feel muscle pain, and I feel something like that. American sugar units are different. Even the sugar unit is different? Oh my god. I just joined and already hearing weird stuff. A bulge is a... No. A bulge is not weird. What do you mean? It's just a bulge. I mean, I guess bulge is pretty normal, isn't it? Maybe I'm so unhinged to a point where I think bulge is normal now. 100 is normal in the America. Even the sugar measurement unit is different in America. That's crazy. But yeah, normal. I don't know what the unit is, but normal here is 4.0 to around 6 to 8. But that's like normal. Usually I go for like 6 to around 10. 10 is like borderline. 9 would be best, right? Or even lower. Just don't go below 4 because that's like high. That's like already hypo. So yeah, something like that. 3.2 to 7.6 is considered good sugar levels. Yeah, that's like too good. Too good. It doesn't look like Jade has belly, right? I might be able to give Jade some curve if you want. Jade, you want some tasty curve? Like oh my goodness. Hi Shredder. Ooh, it's been a while. Hope you're doing good. I want Monhan Roll so I can find Velcana. There's Velcana in Rice too. There's actually Velcana in Rice, so it's fine. A little bit. Actually, I think having a bit of curve is okay, just not too much, I guess. Velcana in Rice doesn't have what Velcana in World does. Velcana in World has the Arch-Tempered one, which is very fun. You have 30 minutes and pretty much everything one-shots you, even you have like Ice Resistance level 3. Still so you're Nargakuna. Something that World has but not Rice. Yeah, Rice doesn't have Arch-Tempered Velcana, unless you're saying Clutch Claw? I don't know. Oh. Right, okay, yeah, true. I want to do a little bit of... You found the mod? Good. Which one is this? I think they look... Okay. I found the mod. Let me send you something really quick. Yeah, true. I mean, that goes for most Monster Hunter World mod, yeah. Show wanna see? I cannot show it on stream, I'm gonna get banned. Yeah, the colors are crazy good. Oh, I didn't actually greet all of you. Hi Nexus, hi Tiger, hi Wo, hi Chandik, hi everyone, hi Violet. I didn't do my usual greetings. How rude. I think I want to maybe... Hear this one? This one is this one. So this one goes for... down here? Yeah, looks like it. So all of these, I'm probably gonna... just... I'm gonna merge them. I mean, I already saved. I saved, it's fine. Oh my goodness, it's fine. Let me just merge down real quick. Always okay lah, yeah. 3, 4. Where's the other one? Wait, is that everything? Oh, that might be everything. Why is bugger sex-based term? I don't know what bargain means, but it doesn't seem bad. Look at this go. Wow! High level. Welcome, dragon. Eat the very boopable dragon. Can't type today. It's okay. I cannot type pretty much every day, I feel like. It's a nicer way to say fucked up. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. I think if I were to duplicate this and I just mirror it. Boop that schnoot. I'll boop your schnoot level. I have the power. You know. Oh, I also took inspiration from your redeem. So now it's possible to do this as well. Not the most refined, but hey, it's something. Yeah, it. Why does it only come in one way though? Boop that schnoot. Oh, they can fly away. Oh my god. Thank you, VTuber Plus. So there's 2 different boop noises as well. I asked Muffin to be like, Muffin, I want your boop noise. They said, yeah. And then I recorded one of my own as well. When I made the boop noise, I kind of inspired by the bow, not bow, the head girl. Oh yeah, mirror. It's been a while. I kind of forgot how to do this. There we go. Boop many. You know, I always wanted to boop level many. I also want to listen to level speaking in Reed's voice. I'll save up someday, slowly. Want my boop noise as well? Yeah. That works. I should put in a channel for you guys to like put in the rare noises as well, because I have a rare command, but since I don't have a lot of rare noises yet, so I'm not gonna make it public.
Rar.
Yeah, that's Toon's one. Rar yip. That's my rar yip. Any in particular one was saying Riot's voice? I don't know. I just enjoy listening to Riot's voice. This might work. I mean, I'm only doing like about waist up. I mean, if I want to get banned, I can just do this and I'll probably get banned. Why am I like this sometimes? Oh my god. Anyway, I could try to optimize this now. Optimize this and then put it into Blender. If you want to get banned, model it. No. What if I make like a second channel and then just do that? What's gonna happen? Like how long would Twitch realize that someone is doing something on their platform? I mean, I remember someone saying that at the deepest level of just chatting category, you could actually see someone just straight up streaming something that, right? I heard, but I don't know if it's true or not, to be honest, so I can't really confirm. Alright, how much polygon? Same shit happens at the very top of it. Yeah, so like most of them are like female streamers, right? I think only female streamers are allowed because, you know, Twitch being Twitch. Extend Jade, make long. You mean like? I mean, I already saved, right? So let's fuck around a little bit. Why not? Okay, how long do you want Jade to be? Oh, oops! I didn't mean to merge. Oh, oops! I fucked up. I really fucked up. You are. Solace, the one who wait. Hi. Looking for someone to see draw art for inspiration. Loving a dragon fit. Dragon. I mean, to be fair, I guess my snake kind of looked like a bit of a dragon. A little bit. I'll take it. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Alright, how fucked up do you want? Let me just merge everything real quick. Again. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Alright, long, huh? Oh my goodness, long Jade? You want, or you want white Jade? Oh, this is just white Putin. Why am I like this? Okay, I think I can. Yeah, especially the body, I need to like optimize this a little bit more. It's easy. Why not, yeah? Oh shit, oh, decimation. Is that accurate? Yeah, Jade, is that accurate? How wide and long? you want a white long variant of your model? I could pair it with like you can pair it with the white Putin music. Treat for you in DMs. Oh my goodness. Here. Thank you, Jade. Oh. I'll listen to it in secret. Thank you, Level. What do I want to do again? Oh yeah, decimation. Of course, I forgot. I'm gonna pre-process curtain. I'm not merging them. I don't think I want to merge them yet. Do I want to merge them? Shit. I could make your drink great. Oh, thank you, comic. Also, hi. I could separate the body. The fur is one, like the fur in its entirety. Or like maybe body and head as one, fur as one, wing as one. Oh, this tail too. Tail with fur, I guess. So that makes it 4 meshes. I mean, I don't need to think too much about it. I'm just trying to render a picture, and that's pretty much it. I'm not trying to make it into like a full-blown working model. I'm just doing this for the sake of easier optimization. So what I can do, let's see, yeah. Look at the tail wag. Hi, Brecky. My goodness, that's a cute tail wag. you notice that the tail wag of mine and Tikri's are almost the same frame. I only changed it a little bit because it's based off of that one. Although mine is a lot slower though. Is it? Kind of. I already saved. So let me try this. I'm gonna merge this one. So that's one. Merge the wings, the floofs as one. So floof and fur. So many chunks of fur, my god. And the tail makes it... Oh, 3 meshes. Wait, how did it count as 4 mesh just now? Everything in its entirety is almost 700k. Oh, the pad is too far. My hood is getting booped. Ever heard of a hood boop? Hood boop is great. We start from this one. This one is 200k. Definitely can go down. I think 75k first. Nothing looks too broken. I love Decimation Master. Yeah, that's 75k. From a solid 200k to 75k without much change. Great. This one is... Oh, this one's only 50k? How you feel? Huh? I don't think I decimated you though. Yeah, and then the first like 400k. Not scrap the whole model and make a new one out of one triangle. You're probably gonna wait for another year, but then if I do it, if I just scrap the whole model out of one triangle, not even a year can I do that. Okay, it's done processing. I think I'm gonna put it 100k should be fine, I feel like. Didn't change much. Any stretch that I can see? The entire model is now 200k. Good enough. I mean, this is the high resolution model. I also don't want it to take too much polygons, because I still need to import this to Blender and I need to bake it in Substance. 200k should be fine. So I'm gonna export all of these first. I'm separating like 3 different meshes. Lander. Oh. Gee. I feel like I haven't done this in a while. This looks so jank. 7. Oh no, export. Kinda like the tail though. So, I mean, in Blender you can sort of cheat by choosing everything and then just shade smooth. It's a huge difference actually, right? You can tell like this, see? I like Blender sometimes. Sometimes, not all the time though. And now we go here. There's still one thing that I need to do. And basically, we're trying to cheat. I'm gonna put everything at 1. One from 75k should be going to like 7k to 15k, I feel like. Although 15k might still a little bit too much. Oh, 3k, that's a lot lower than I thought. I mean, it's as low poly as it gets, I feel like. The shapes are there. Nothing too broken. Wait. Hi, I'm stupid. No, I forgot to do the most important thing. Okay, let's try again. There's this this right here. I forgot to fix it. Maybe I don't need to redo everything. What if I... This one... Yeah, it became 200k again. By just trying to remove this part right here. Because it's neck, it's not supposed to have seam over there. Now sometimes I fear, sometimes I'm scared of myself. Like, something like this can be done in like a few... like maybe 2 months, I think, if I were to work on it like every Monday. But because I'm too lazy. And also, I'm always afraid of doing art too. I don't know why. Like, you know, the first step of doing art is to do it. That first step is always the scariest. I always cannot get myself to do art without being scared. What am I scared of? I don't even know sometimes. I forgot. I forgot nanomesh can do this. Sorry, not nanomesh. Dynamesh. I forgot. It will sort of like stitch everything together, like this one. Gosh, I'm not too sure how to do with this. What does that mean? Is he trying to squish everything into this one circle? Maybe, looks like it. Yeah, it's trying to fit everything into where I highlight. That's what it is. So that's why it looks like that. But that's not what I want. doesn't really work that way. Maybe I have to cheat this one out. It's not too obvious if I... If I close the mouth, right? I think if I close the mouth, it's not gonna be too obvious. Or close the beak, actually. Right? 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 I mean, yeah. Maybe it's not that obvious. Good. Good. Hi, Numbers. Hi, Chip. Welcome. Schnicken. Schnicken. Hope you are doing heckin' amazing. Schnick, yes. Schnick too today. Okay, so I guess that's good to know. I crave drinks. And I know twice the snake. I'm a very hypnosis orient snake. Okay, I mean, even from afar, it's not that obvious actually. So from a rendering standpoint, I just need to be careful not to sort of, you know, make it too obvious. Dang, I was bonking my microphone. One thing I want to touch up on. The chest line. That's how chest line works, right? Oh wait, there's no chest line here. Then I guess this is fine. It does look, this one is like sort of bent in, so I need to change that. Why is this one bent in? You know, sometimes as an artist, it's kind of funny because I have the power to give any character booba. It is so powerful. It's so funny because legit sometimes I do have the urge to like give booba to some characters that I want. It's like I'm the artist, I can do whatever I want. Holy shit. Just don't do anything that's harmful, and it's all good. Please do not throw me pregnant. I don't know if that's sarcasm or or if you want me to do it. Is that a reverse psychology? I cannot tell. Make him pregnant. I didn't know male griffon can be pregnant. I guess I learn new things every day. Oh, they add the butt cheeks like this? I don't even remember they add that. Cheeks. Cheeks. Make those cheeks really pronounced. I mean, if I can. Wait. I mean, this is the easy way of doing it. Oh shit. Nah. Blast ass. Just a little more. I'm sure Jade will appreciate this, right? I mean, I believe Jade has the dumb truck to back it up, you know? I believe that. Jade has the truck. You know, I remember the first time I was working on like putting on booba and then sculpting ass cheeks like this. I mean, it's not exactly explicit. It is certainly suggestive. But like at first I would feel like oh no, and then just like getting flustered. I think, you know, I made enough characters with booba. You know, I have 3 characters that has booba. So eventually I sort of feel like, oh hey, I mean, it's normal, you know, that's how body looks like. There's no need to feel like flustered or anything. But I don't know, maybe it's just because I've done this like a number of times, right? Oh, also, I have one good news I want to share, actually. I received a call from my friend this morning. We were discussing about something. An upcoming something. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but I did mention that my birthday is October 3rd. But I will not be streaming that day because it's Thursday and I kind of want to take a break. So that day, my friend told me, it's like, hey, you want to go eat more? Essentially, they asked, "Do you want to go eat something?" It's like, yeah, sure. Like since I cannot have any celebration, or like I cannot have any like someone singing happy birthday, or I cannot blow the candle because like it's taboo to blow up the candle for a year if someone in your family passed. So it's a thing, right? So they asked me to go out. And then they're bringing me out to eat sushi. Oh my god, my favorite thing. So I'm totally am looking forward to this Thursday. Holy shit. Mion, hi. How's the kobold? Kobold is out there playing. The snake is here taking over because doing art. It's been a while, Mion. You going to firm this year? Yeah, you want to go eat more? Yeah lah. Mari lah kita makan sushi. So yeah, I got very lucky. Yeah, nice. Good to know. I don't know if I'll be as active, I feel like, to be honest. I would roam around more, but I'm just sort of kind of lazy. To me, I think this year me going to firm is more I want to hang out with people. It's not, I mean, shooting is fun too. I sure want to take more pictures than yesterday than last year. Last year I didn't take as much pictures, sadly, but it was still a big fun time. But yeah, probably I'll probably roam from hotel room to hotel room to catch up with friends and stuff like that. Yeah, most likely, I feel like. And then I'll pick a day to like go out and shoot and take pictures with. Yeah, sushi, my absolute favorite. How do you come KL? I go from December 6th, and then I arrive at around 11 AM. Yeah, and then I go back on December 10th. Have a good spinning Braggy donut, hell yeah. Shameless promo here. Gonna meet in Bookmark later on Monday after firm. Monday after firm? I actually don't know if I will go. Yet, anyway. But definitely keep that in mind. I mean, having a book, having to go to Bookmark and have arts of my Sona drawn in coffee, it's actually amazing. I have 2 of them, I believe. Need to find them. God damn it. I mean, I have one. The first one, my cryptid. I don't even remember, but I remember I got that coffee art many years back when I was still studying in KL. This one. The first cafe art I got. It's my character. And then I need to find my second one. The second one I got is for my Shiniku. And it's not really, I don't have the kobold. I have the character, I have the kobold character, but I don't have the proper art of it. I shown the art from 16th Finch, and then they were like, oh yeah, sure, this one works. Let me find the coffee art. It's so cute, thanks. Gonna be the night cat and night catering. Check my FP research one. Sure. I'll keep that in mind. I don't know. I cannot guarantee if I will go for now. It's hard for me to like confirm since I'll be hanging around with another gang. So it's kind of a gang saying that it's kind of it's not mafia, but yeah, I have another group of people that I'll be hanging out with. So it's hard to say for now. I'm gonna go prep for work, but have a happy stream. Thank you, Chip. Bamba. Bamba. And good luck with work, Chip. Thanks for stopping by. It's funny too, I've been playing Dragula Lost lately. So good. Coffee art. I believe I posted it to Facebook? Did I not? Or did I post it to Twitter instead? I might have posted it to Twitter instead. I mean, to be fair, I don't use Facebook as much anymore. People are concerned a lot too for the coffee serving time. Yeah, if there's gonna be like a lot of people going there, it's probably gonna take like at least 2 hours. And that's not even guaranteed. 2 hours probably for like 20 people, I think. That's being very generous. Oh, weird. Did I not post it? Wait, I know for sure that I posted it though. Yeah, it's not here. Holy shit. Hi, Evie. Set the code to 85. 85 is kind of a lot too, yeah. What's the time? Whoa, Earth. Oh my god, it Earth. Sorrow Napalm, hi. Is that a dragon? Oh my god, dragon. Snake Schnerd. Schnerd? Probably. Possibly Schnerd. Hope you're doing good. I'm currently finding pictures. If I didn't post it, I have to go get my phone. Oh, I'm so lazy. I'm gonna go get my phone. God damn it. Give me a second. Alright, let me find the picture. Yeah, there it is. I was going... Oh yeah, I was going with Mochi's group, of course. Alright, let me send this and this to myself. Oh, I cannot send it to Telegram. My Telegram is so suspicious, I cannot just show it. I can download it though. Yeah, okay, let's send to Telegram. My Telegram is very dangerous. Want to see the snake? Hell yeah. Here. And then... Sorry, give me a second. Sus. Yeah, it's very sus. Okay. And then I'm gonna hide my screen first. Just to be safe, because I don't want to get banned on Twitch. Hi, malicious magpie. Quick telegram. And then if I go here, done. Okay, I found it. So this is the one. This is me along with my friends that day. Oh, I'm blocking some of them. Oops. My hood is too big. Yeah, this one. Look at that. I have a close up, I think. This one. The way they do this. Look at this. Ooh. How the fuck do they do this on coffee? I don't even understand. Show me your secrets. No. No. It's so swirly, I like it. I'm so impressed that they did this too, because it's not easy to do it. And I think they were even they go even as far as like different shades of color as well, because I think they mentioned that they're only going to do the color as like a very monologous color, like purple, and then slightly different shaded purple. But this one they actually changed, like they have this one, they have this one, they have like bluish purple, they have like more of a dark teal or something like that. So it's like, it's very impressive, honestly. I was so happy too. It took me a while to drink this. It took me a while to like, okay, it's a drink, I can drink it, but I don't want to drink it though. It's like a I cannot drink it kind of feeling. It looks too good. Oh, it took 3. What fuck lah? Not 3 hours lah, yeah. Look, Roxas. Memories. Memories. Did you guys know who this is? This is one of my mods. Look at that, it's Roxas. You're a slow drinker? No, I'm not. I drink fast. Well, not fast. I drink at a moderate speed, then. Fuck you. Whoa, pretty. I know. I was so impressed too. I love how complex mine is, just because my snake is so complex. So yeah, seriously, kudos to Bookmark Cafe. The artist spends so much time, doing this. It's crazy. It was fun though. It was fun. Okay. So Jade now has like a kind of a pronounced ass cheeks. Do we want to add more ass cheeks for Jade? Just a little bit more, I guess. Oh, I think that's good enough. What's on the King stream on Twitch? What the fuck? Why you like that one? Hiya. Up play? Is that even allowed on Twitch? I mean, solo is nothing explicit, I guess. I don't know if it's just me, but you guys know about the pop hood stuff? Those always make me super uncomfortable. The way they look is too uncanny to my liking. Mega dumpy? Oh my god. I hate those. I just don't particularly like it. Yeah. I missed what you said. Good. You don't need to hear it. It's fine. You can pretend nothing happened. Are you trying to grab me? Hey, don't abuse your mod power. No, no. And 5 stinky cobalt streak. Yeah. Cobalt not stinky. Although I was thinking, what's the time? I don't know. Don't time whoa out. You know shit. I'll demod you right now. Or I'll time you out instead. I'll keep it like this for now, since I'm not really like trying to make a full body. But a waist up should be good enough. Right? Unless it's like Evie, no. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh my god. Oh yeah, it's the cobalt. The sushi fair. The sushi fair always have like amazing cobalt emotes. Yeah, great. Okay, now we can do the high res again. I'm gonna delete all of these actually. Didn't happen. But the wings and floof, I think it's fine. It's just the body that I changed. So yeah, let me save 28. Yeah, looks good. I love how there's like 2 different boops. The subspace will really be head empty? I don't know. I cannot tell because I never really... How would you even experience that? It got the boop. The bucket go. Ooh. Hi, Tikaka. Welcome, Tikaka. Bucket small, snake big.
No.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Morning, Tikaka. Hope you had a heckin' good sleep. Okay, now we can pre-process current again. That's made 275k. It was 200k, right? I nerfed that. I nerfed it a lot. Wow, 婷姐，嗨哟！ 竟然连你也做这样的事情，看不出。It's getting chilly, but I have coffee and oatmeal with strawberry jam. Dang, that sounds good. The coffee part sounds good. I crave coffee now. I kinda want to order tea for. I'm gonna order drinks and food, but it's still so early though. I cannot decide. But anyway, I have this. So the total polygons could be like 232k. Sounds good, I guess. We're gonna export this one again. There's the body. Gives Tira a coffee, Bailey. Using Tira's tail. No. I mean, she's not here, but still, no. Okay, we're gonna import again. We're gonna start from wings, actually. Oh my god, it's a plushie. Fish dragon for Tira. Oh my god, yeah. That's good, I want it. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, my package, it's almost arriving. The package I did, I ordered a oil of sorts. Look at my package again. What do you mean again? How much is this? 7.782? 7.7... 7.8? 7.78. So 7... That's not 7, 7.78. Why you guys all looking at me like this? Drinking a bottle of water on all four on stream? What? No. $7.78. There. So this is the new collection. This collection is indeed the highlights. So we can just just be careful with essential oils. Read out how they need to be diluted as such. Some can cause burns or such if I'll definitely take care of it. Oh, I'll take note on how to handle them. I hate the sun. Honestly, me too, but we need sun as well. How daring some people, really. I mean, I guess someone likes it. I'm not gonna judge. Where's my... Okay, now we are going to... The sun is a deadly laser. True. Now we're gonna truly make this into... this one. Okay. That thing is almost entirely gone. But for this, I think it's pretty okay. Yeah, 3k. Hell yeah. Because I think most of the polygons, it's probably gonna go to the fur, considering how much fur it takes. Be stinky, no shower. We are not you, Roxas. What do you mean? Export. Oh, I need to rename these. It's been so long since I last did this, I even forgot to do this. I should shower, but effort and cold. And shower sounds good, yeah. I would love shower too. What? Oh, why am I not surprised? 500? Okay, maybe you need a little bit more. Make it. Oh, since when I put 0.11. This is the lazy way out. There we go. How much polygon? 3k. So 3k, 3k, 6k. This one looks okay. It looks okay actually. So wings. Export this. You know, somehow the fur on its own looks really good. I kind of like this. The fur on its own looks pretty okay. It's probably gonna go broken. What? No way. How many polygons are we talking about? 42k? Yeah. Too much, too much. Maybe this needs a 0.1 and see how bad it gets. I guess it doesn't work. How about this? This is... I could probably turn it down a lot more. Oh no. I think because it's too many quote-unquote separate meshes. It's just like this. So one problem I forgot. I am suddenly having PTSD. Shit, how do I even UV unwrap all the fur? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I just realized. If the fur are of the same color, then it's no problem, but we have a problem here. Oh no. And the accent, oh god. I just realized. Ooh. I need to really think about this. I could just auto unwrap. It's not gonna be good. It will 200% beat my ass up. Oh no. I'm gonna get beat up.
Panic, 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 panic.
Yeah, I'm definitely panicking. Hi, Zeal. Oh my god, it's Cobalt friend. Hello. Yeah, I'm panicking a little bit. That's not half the polygon count. You just doubled the polygon count, you fuck. There we go. Oh yeah, hope you're doing good, Zeal. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay, do it again. I think 20k is like the most they can do. Yeah. I mean, I think the next time I'm trying to do fur like this, I will try the other way around, not putting everything on a separate mesh because this happens and it's gonna be painful. But I'm gonna go with it for now since this is not like a fully fledged rigged 3D model. I'm not gonna rig this. This is just gonna be like a render a picture and that's pretty much it, kind of deal. So count my blessings where it counts, I guess. kind of want to order drinks. Hmm. You know what? Just export this. $7.78. Okay. Yeah, they're pretty much at the same place now. Good. So I'm gonna re-export this for substance later, but for now, there's something else I need to do, which is to order drinks. All right, let me go get the food delivery service real quick. On stream too. Oh my goodness. Oh, the 7 ringgit off is still there. Oh my goodness. Hell yeah. I've been vibing with winter melon lemon tea lately. Give me a second. Oh, did they change the layout for Foodpanda? Ooh, that's weird. There we go. 7 ringgit discount. So nice. And there we go. I've ordered drinks. Now I can do this. actually am. What happens if I just... .02, I think? Huh. The whole body? Oh no, it's so bad. It's so terrible. What are all these small pieces? Yeah, this is why we don't use smart unwrap. It's not smart at all. Alright, here we go. Oh, they already messed up here. Wow. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but I'll take it. This is so bad. One to separate the neck, I guess. Separating head. Yeah. It's a spiral. I love how there's like a random loop here. Oh no. Just... yeah, okay. It's gonna be so over the place. Yeah, this one is kind of fine, but just gonna add one line here. I can kind of see what these are. Fingers, hands. What are these? Oh, you're right. Thighs. Okay. Are they not properly cut? Oh, wait, they are. Hmm. Oh, hi, Dinophos. Yeah, so two different pieces here. This one is the body? Yeah. So body, hand, fingies. These are ears, okay. Hmm. I can add claws. The claws are one color only, so that's new. We'll come back to you. Just got off a call with my doctor. I have a surgery scheduled. Oh, I hope it's nothing too serious. But it's already a surgery, so I don't want to pry, but I do wish you all the best with the surgery. You've birth defect. Birth defect? It's finally getting sorted. What's a birth defect?哦哦，出生后遗症啊。And normal growth changes to your body that happens during fetal development. Oh shit! That is terrible. 啊，产后后遗症啊。哦 ，damn, yeah, that is terrible. But I'm glad that it's getting sorted. Congrats, hope it goes well. Yeah. Look at my T2C too. How it goes as smoothly as possible in the recovery room. Coffee is hot and tasty. Yeah. All the best for you, Zeal. It's been known since I was 8, but had to wait for my growth to stop. And now it's being sorted. Yeah. That sounds good. That sounds good. Hopefully it gets resolved really soon. And smoothly as well. Wait, did I mess up? Oh. Oh, whoa, wait. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, it's so small, I can barely see it. Looks like this part looks weird. There we go. That looks more clean. It's a kobold, and kobold is out there playing. The snake is taking over today. Hi, Nova. Go in the morning, leave in the afternoon, and then a few weeks on crutches. Luckily, I cannot forget the day of the surgery, 28th of October. Happens to be your birthday. Ooh, hey! New legs, new life. Kobold is playing? Yeah. And Kobold will be playing. I don't want to look at the fur for now. This one should be no problem. Just like I think along the line of here, cut it in half. Maybe even a half here, or if I want, maybe just like cut here. But I possibly don't need that, I feel like. A very simple... Oh no. I may have to have my cake early on the 26th. Yeah, that sounds good. Earlier celebration for your birthday and for your recovery. Is the Kobold has the 3D model version? Yeah, I've been using the Kobold for a long time. Only during art where I have a bit of a character play where the Kobold just runs away and my other model can, you know, get some screen time as well. Character play, I love that. You want to check the Kobold? I have pictures if you want. I mean, this is the picture that I always shown, but there. I've been using. I'm this Kobold right here. You must always pet the Kobold. Very important. One good thing about the Kobold is that the hand tracking works. The hand tracking doesn't work on the snake because I messed up. Honestly, because I messed up so much, me trying to do this hand pose is already like so painful. Only she's my planned birthday subathon. Don't even know when it starts now. Pet the ball?
Colbold
Yeah.
29 assault and battery. Colbold 29 assault and battery. Colbold 29 assault and battery.
Assault and battery. I don't know why I chose the Indian one. It's so good. who needs hands anyway? I kinda do. Saw it? Yeah. Back to get cleaning. Have a good stream and see you. Have a good leggy timeless birthday. Yeah. And good luck cleaning, Tikaka. Oh, wait, what? Oh, did they overlap without me seeing it? Oh, shit. And see your face is mirrored. 11 failed. Hiya. It failed because they're of a different mesh. Hi, Uncle Born. This is so jank. Another reason why I hate doing wings so much. I'm not too experienced when it comes to doing wings. And now this happens like I forgot to check my food panel. Oh, my food is almost here. Nice. Then I'm gonna go... Yeah, I'm gonna go down and wait for my food to arrive real quick. I'll be right back. In the meantime, remember to take care of yourselves. I'll be right back. That took a while. The delivery man doesn't know where my house is. I had to call them and to be like, oh. Welcome back, Evie. But why? Let's continue doing this. This is kind of troublesome, but it's fine, I guess. I did kind of brought this upon myself using the Z remeasure, but it's okay. Was that a sombrero? Look at that, it's a kobold. Oh, the Wii Vision is a global cooldown. The command is a user cooldown. So anyone who redeems Wii Vision will go on cooldown. It has always been like that, yeah. I thought Wii Vision is user cooldown too. I don't see, the thing is, I want to do that too, but because Twitch is so dumb, I don't think I can make a redeem on Twitch that is like, you know, user cooldown. It can only has a global cooldown or user redemption count. That's it. You can? How? I sincerely cannot find it. Like, I went to the rewards setting and all I get is just a global cooldown, a user redemption limit, and a redemption limit per stream. That's pretty much it. Which is wild too. Right? Because at first I thought I can do a user cooldown as well, but apparently not. Twitch is too dumb for it, I guess. Okay. Then I can mirror it, right? 3 edges mirrored. 151 failed. TK has no cooldown on it? You mean the fish? That's gonna go catastrophic, no? the fish is gonna constantly appear non-stop. To redeem? Yeah. Naked. No, I was thinking. I was thinking to delete this entire mesh and then just like after I'm done with the UV, just mirror it. But it will be different from this wing, so I cannot really do it. It will not be the same, and it's probably gonna cause a lot of issue too. Fine, I'll just do it twice. God damn it. Let me see if this works. Just want to check if nothing is wrong. Yeah, looks good. Fine. Fine. I have to do it twice. Oh my god. Yeah, so 麻烦. Oh, hi Lex. Lex Cairo Husky. Hi. Welcome. Crunchy. What? Wing looks very fluffy. Thank you. It is supposed to be fluffy, so I'm glad you think that way. I was afraid that I might not make... You know, I might have made the wing look not so fluffy, but... I guess it does look a little bit fluffy. Thank goodness. What the hell is this? Oh my god, it's so broken. This is what I get for being lazy, honestly. But it's fine. I'll take it. There, no. Thank goodness this is not gonna be a full-fledged working model, because I would actually shit my pants. Why are you like this? Okay, so here. Here. Oh. This give me a headache. But we're almost done, it's fine. This is what I get for using Z Remasher. Thank goodness this is just for rendering. Yeah, from Zebra Shoe. So dirty. Uh-oh. See, something's not connected here. And so somewhere around here I messed up. Fish palette. It's pretty clean though. For a Z Remasher. Yeah, it's actually pretty clean. Which to my surprise, yeah. It could be messy in some places like these, but only minor issue. You're just gonna have more patience and check which is there multiple edges here? If there's multiple edge here, I'm actually gonna die. Feels like there is. Oh. Ah, see? They just mess up. Okay. Wait, no. Why am I... There. So... now maybe? Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this one is this one, this one is this one. Honestly, a bit of a waste to all these good space, but I'll take it. I'll do it like... Maybe I don't need to like put them so close together. To reduce the bleeding edge, I think that's good enough. Yeah. Yeah, just shitload of space. But since I'm only gonna use this material for like the wings, I guess. It's bad for optimization shit, but I'm not using it for any 3D things. I'm only doing this for the sake of rendering, so it's fine. Huh? I hate this. Oh, this is what I get for doing fur like this. Can I just? I'm not gonna. God fucking damn it! I'm not gonna do this. Just. Okay, go. I'm gonna punch something. Skill to bounce. There's so many tiny kobolds today. And then margin, I think 0.01. Yeah, fuck it. Just I'm gonna try to texture it like this. I will cry, but whatever. Whatever. Oh my god. Okay. Don't know if it'll work. Only one way to find out, I guess. So this is gonna change these names. J body. J wings. Jade aloof. Tree materials. Oh, look, it's gonna be able to. I'm probably gonna be able to texture, or let's say color, but to any details that I'm trying to add will be very painful. No, what have I done? I forgot, like the last time I made something like this as well with the kobold. Because I got lucky, my kobold character has like only one color for the fluff, right? Because all the fluff is just one color, so I could just like, I don't care, you know, smart UV unwrap and then just like slap a single fill layer for the same color. It works. But this one, however, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit of a different story because the fluff is different color. So this one is black, this one is this, and then you have like here the accent, you have the black one again. Yeah, fuck me, I guess. It's fine, we're gonna try anyway. Alright, we're gonna try. Woo. We're gonna bake 3 times as well, right? So we're gonna bake all of these. There's this wings right here. Maybe the face is also like. It's fine, I guess. Oh, Jade's gonna kill me. Oh wait, we don't need to... Do I need to export this separately? There's no dragons here for me to simp for now. I'm gonna close the dead brush, it's fine. Get out. Nah. It's gonna have 3 different materials, that's the problem. So I probably have to... Oh wait, they have data, so I can pretty much just like select all these, export this one. Of course, it's FPX. What am I doing? Select the object only. We're gonna put it to... Hiders or not stands. No. Oh, okay. Yeah. Feels good. Okay. I'm a little bit concerned. Oh my god. So stupid. Like, what are these? Wait, it doesn't even show? Is it because it's so small? Oh. This is gonna take a while. This is gonna be painful. Oh, I might get lucky that it might work. Continue. How about this one? I'm not sorry. It's okay. You don't need to be. I'm just dumb. No, okay, no, I'm not dumb. I'm lazy. Let's put it that way. I'm too lazy for my own. Back out. Oh my god. Cooldown. Right, of course. I was like, oh, AWP, oh no. Look, the prompt was Kudamon. Okay, and then the sound prompt was a random gun sound. I have to put AWP in there. Okay, everything works here, good. Now we're gonna go bake some texture. Output size, time to die, I guess. Not that it's gonna help, I don't know. We're gonna get J2 high risk for substance. Anti-aliasing, just two times 2. Match always. It's all good. Yeah, just bake all the textures. It's gonna take a while. Ooh, look at that AO. Oh my god. Not bad. It's just look interesting. I appreciate that. Oh, oh, wait. Even the higher resolution the high res model has some problems on that. Check. Oh. Why are you like this? Oh fuck. Okay, okay. Just This is what pain looks like, by the way. Oh yeah, I did the auto masking back face mask. This is after the decimation that I didn't check, so it happened there. It was fine, and then I decimated, and then I remeshed, so it looks like this. You cannot mirror because of different mesh. Can I mirror? Whoa, wait, this one works. Oh my god, hell yeah. Okay, we good. Any more problem other than this one? So only that one overlaps. The rest looks fine to some extent. Yeah, there's a lot of overlapping, so that's why this is happening. Oh. Is it AO? Oh, it's normal. Wait, it's not normal. Oh, you know, it might be normal. Yeah, it's normal. Told you. Busok yip. Why busok yip? What did I do? Yeah, it's normal in workspace. No ID? Curvature? They're still there. I'ma leave a bit. Of course. Have fun. Why cobalt? Yep. Because cobalt? Yep. Because cobalt? Yep. Good. As a snake who takes care of a cobalt, yipping is fun. Snake yip. I can kinda yip too. Octopus. Piranha. I'm just gonna... Oh wait. It's got... I think I forgot to...
Yep, yep.
Yep, yep. Fish and yip. Fish and yip sounds good. Oh. Sure. Whether to use diffusion as a post-process dilation after dilation or not? SPX Express? I wonder where the package is. It's already like 3:37 p.m. and the package is not here still. Yeah, oh my god, it's a tracking that says 9:37 a.m. Parcel is out for delivery, and then after that there's just nothing. It's already 3:38 p.m. A solid 6 hours. But then again, if it delivers today, then it's a very quick delivery, considering that I ordered this thing at 26th September. Yeah. That is pretty long. It's honestly, it's okay-ish. Oh. Oh my god. Wowee. I think, can I? I know I'm not gonna show behind, but I just kind of want to try it out. What if I do this? Go to this. Okay, look. I know, like, no one is gonna look behind here, okay? But I kinda want to. I kinda want to, though. The coolest part of the body, the spinal ejaculation generator. It's real, look it up. Spinal ejaculation generator? What's that? Spinal ejaculatory generator. Human spinal ejaculation generator. SEG has been identified in a rat with lumbar galaninergic interneurons playing a pivotal role. What? What does those words mean? What? I mean, those are very scientific, definitely, but I don't know what they are. Who wins? Can I? I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna rebake this. No one's gonna look behind it, but I'm gonna rebake this. It makes you good. Good. It makes me good. Oh my goodness. But it says something about like spinal whatever, I don't know. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. So many boops. Oh, it's Tavish. Hi. Hope you're doing good, Tavish. Why am I being pointed at? You're adorable. That's right. I pulled out the no you. I'm a stinky owl and a cute one too. Hi, Wildflower. Is it done? Oh, it's done. Nice. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay. We good. I'm so lazy though. Okay, I want to try one thing then. Oh. Hey. Hey, I mean, that kind of works. How about the smaller parts? Oh my god, that looks like shit. No. Hey, I mean, as shit as this looks, it might be possible to paint details. A little bit hard, but it's possible. Yeah, I mean, wow. I can even just like hide all these and just like do it. Let me try this. I'm gonna do... So top, I'm probably gonna put it as black, but I'm just gonna add accent to this one. Try lah, huh? You doubt that? Honestly, same, but I feel like it just might be possible. As weird as this sounds. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be like sort of pixelated, but like if it works, it works. Oh wait. I guess don't mirror is a good idea. Because they are of they're at a different... They're not exactly mirrored. Ooh, redo is Control Y? Ooh, yeah. Hi, Sola. Hey, a Shineku? Yeah. I'm a Shineku. Oh, actually, Shineku is taking over today. Yeah, it's very pixelated, but
Yep.
as long as it works, I guess. Guess what? Snake still gets
Yarp.
pets and gnomes. And Squish the big snakehood. I don't know how. I actually never established how big the snake is. I only established how big Cobalt is, 160m. But considering this, I might want to make Snake a little bit bigger than this because this one. How about if I make Snake 2 tiers of height wise? Right? This is not too accurate. I just spent a little bit of time on this one. About 200 something, I guess. 200 something sounds good. Oh, no blender. My hood has been scratched. Actually, it's gonna take a long time. No. I gotta eat something real quick. Always love me some chicken popcorn. Jane, why is your character so hard to do? Why is your fluff so hard to why there's so why there's so many color on your fluff? I mean, it looks heckin' amazing, but it's kind of painful. No. Yeah, chicken is always good. Just a boba noodle. Welcome. Wait, I'm gonna moisturize real quick. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Is that tricky? Oh, it is. That's one beautiful Shenik. This model is looking so cool. Thank you, Becky. No, I'm trying to get color in now. I'm surprised that this little shit right here, it's auto working. I'm so surprised, but if it works, I'll take it. Heck, a Becky. Oh my god, eat Becky. Also, thank you, Brecky. I mean, looking for a fire is not bad, I guess. Yeah. Again, if it works, I'll take it. Quick boop the braggy. Yes. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, I'm being booped. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. There's so many boops though. Oh my god, I've been booped so many times. Oh my goodness.
Yup.
No octopus today.
Yark!
Oh. Enjoying the keys? But they're shiny though. imagine I have to do something like this for every single fur. Very scary, but I'll do it. You know, it's very. I want to say that it actually feels quite soothing doing this. It feels good. Albeit it's a little bit tiring doing it, but it makes me feel good. I like it, kind of. Okay, and then the top one, it's just new layer, but here. This. Even the shoulder is this color, black. Oh, that was a different shade. Oh, on top here is a darker shade. So we need one more. Oh, hi, Sri. Welcome. Cool, Sneaky? Hell yeah. Sneaky. Hope you're doing good. This one is... Is it the same color? Okay, it is the same color. So, this one? They're not exactly mirrored, and I realized the problem. But it's no big deal. I can just do it manually. Doing good, thanks. Just walking while lurking. Good luck with work. Yeah. Also good to know that you're doing good. Really like the shape of the tail feathers. I'm glad. Agreed. I'm very happy. Thank you. Stop looking at my ass. I mean, I cannot blame them. Yeah, you have a nice looking ass. I cannot stop looking at it. Like I literally cannot. I need to be at this angle to to color the thing. It kind of flat though. I'm not gonna give it like mega dump truck. Although a mega dump truck does sound good, and I'm sure Jade will like it too. Should make them a lot bigger. Too little, too late. No huge ass for you, Jade. How is this actually kind of working? I don't understand. Oh, I should have done this one first. Trying to hurt me. You do not look at how you praise it. Now in between shake my head. SMH my head. I'm sorry, we must all praise Jade's ass. Very important stuff. Oh, it's below. I can just do whatever I want. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh my god, look at that. Ooh. The layers below, I forgot. Oh, let's go. A Kobo, why is the Jade Wang's layer? Kobo is not here. I don't know. It's something. I picked the best time to come for a food break. Welcome back, Tikaka. For information, Wangs has a whole different meaning. I mean, they're wings, you know, they fly, wings. Right? Yeah. Wings. Oh, what is this pattern? Hiya, Jade. Why are you like this? I had to do it not 2 times but 4 times. No. Okay, yeah, fine. I mean, this one is on top. Yeah, this one is on top, this one is below. Okay, I mean, no big deal. It's not. I guess it's not as hard as as hard as I thought. They're big enough to fly with. Oh my, yeah. Because we numb. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why am I like this? 35-degree angle, Ichi. I'm gonna eat something for this. Salusi! Oh my god, it's Salusi! We love Salusi. Fish the word, please. Okay, to my understanding, This whole part is black until around here, then the pattern starts to show. So it is slightly, it makes things slightly easier. Fish for kobold, please. I'm just glad no one has fished the demon kobold yet. A truly a demon. Oh, lavender! Oh my god! I think make it plus -6. I hate cock base. Cock base. Let's go, Martino. I'm gonna fish too. Where am I? I'm feeling lazy again. No.
Chicken nugget.
Oh, chicken nugget. I love how your first fish is chicken nugget. We love chicken nugget. Let's go. Oh, wait.
Chicken nugget.
I was eating my chicken popcorn and I don't want to be too noisy with the noises. Many... I don't know if I can use that one. I mean, it's pause pals art. And... I mean, I've been using Toon's Evil as well. But of course, Toon has like explicit like permission to use that one. But this one, I don't know. I'm kind of afraid to ask Sushi about this. I mean, I'm sure he's like an amazing individual. I'm just shy. Make Tiara version? I could. I totally could. Wait, let me hide this. Because I need to get my stream ideas on. Call it Dumpy? I still have a lot of emote ideas that I haven't done yet. Okay, done. Dumpy. I want to do the Among Us one. It's so big too. Oh, I'm feeling lazy. Dumpy spin cycle. It's possible. Looks like there's about 6 to 8 frames. All the yips. So adorable. I want to see what can I play. Oh my god, my sister is doing so good. We play fish. We play fish. Just fishing. BTD. I mean, there's a boss rush that I need to do as well. Shark. Oh, it's Merp. Hi, Merp. Yip yip. Ha ba ba. Loot. Hi, Merp. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. What? It's mine now. It's my shiny. I'm feeling lazy. Like, as much as I want to do this, I don't feel like I want to force myself to do too many at the same time. I don't want to feel overwhelmed. Okay, let's do this part and we get. It's so off-center, it's so painful. I didn't realize this is so off-center. Okay, wait. There, okay, that looks better. Aren't there any tools that do straight lines? Oh yeah, there is. You pick a point, tap it, and then you can do straight lines from that point, and then you can keep doing it. It's a handy stuff. I like it. Spinach. Would you guys want to watch me pop some balloons? Why aren't you doing that? Because I was trying to figure out the angle. You know what? Why aren't I doing that? I don't know. Me dum dum. But at least I'm doing it now, so it's a lot easier. At least I'm keeping it like next time I'll do it. Yeah. But so far I'm very pleasantly surprised by like this is actually possible with this. I don't know what fuck am I doing, but hey, if it works, it works. I'll take it. Of course I'll take it. Oh my goodness. It's coming along well. I'm surprised too, yeah. It's coming along pretty okay. Next I just need to sort of, like, the next time I try to texture or color this one is to make sure these parts are not too, like, too... I'm gonna try to make them not to feel too awkward somehow. I'll figure out the way. Basic butt work. If it works, it works. No need to be fancy about it, I guess. Just, you know, sometimes simple is pretty good. Although sometimes not. Yeah, there's the bleeding edge. So sometimes I guess I cannot use too big of a brush. Some bleeding edge like that, yeah, like this, it's gonna happen. Because I'm technically painting from all of these on the right side. Each stream I get closer to 150k glimpse. I'm a little bit worried because I'm always so slow, and there's like already Merp wants to do it. To my knowledge, Go Geta wants to do it as well. And considering that each one of these takes like about a few months, I'm a little bit concerned. I might be a little bit too slow. Because my tendency to just skip Monday art stream is too strong sometimes. Oh, but whenever I do make some good progress, so that's good at least, right? That's good. Also, let me I hate this. Just maybe send it to 2 art streams a week. I'd be a little bit too scared of doing that. Like I said, it takes a lot for me to start an art stream. I don't know. I sincerely cannot understand why it's so hard for me to start an art stream though. It's the fear, but what fear? I don't know. Something is keeping me from doing art, honestly. I don't know what it is. It's kind of sad too because I genuinely do enjoy doing art, but it's always like whenever I want to start doing art, I always feel like, oh, ooh, I'm scared, I don't want to do it. That kind of feeling. It's the first step, right? I feel being mean to you about it. I don't know if they mean it, but sometimes when people mention things, it does make me feel sad for a little bit. Or maybe I'm too fragile, but there's one phase that I can put. Yeah, there's one phase of me during mid school that I was very passionate about doing art. Right, I felt really passionate about doing art during mid school, and every time I do something artsy, I would just be put down by every single one in my family, saying that it's either your art is shit or it's mega useless. Go do something better instead, like, you know, be something that can earn money actually. So I think I was being belittled so much during mid school. Maybe that's why I'm so afraid of it. But then again, I can't be sure. But yeah, that really hurts me a lot. Thinking about it makes me kind of want to cry. I'm sorry. I'm okay. Just I still like them, right? I still like my family. I know they mean well, but just words hurt a lot more than they realize, honestly. So it's unfortunate, really. That's so mean of them. Yeah, that's kind of mean. That would do that. I was thinking about it too, right? Ever since about last year, I think. Yeah, I think it was about last year I started to feel this very strongly. At first, about 2 years back, I was fine. I can do art almost very consistently every day, but I don't know why it was about last year that it started creeping on to me, and then started feeling like I am afraid of doing art always. And day by day, it just gets stronger every time, eventually leading to me avoiding art entirely almost. Yeah, I guess that's the truth. That's why I keep skipping art on Mondays. I haven't been really haven't been really honest, I'm sorry. Mean words hurt the most when coming from those you care about. Yeah, it really does hurt a lot. Everyone here likes your art? I can definitely feel that. It makes me feel happy that, you know, whenever someone says that, you know, hey, your art looks good, I would feel dumbfounded at first. It's like, really? No way, you know? I always feel this way towards my art. It's like, it's never good. I mean, heck, even during my university years, I'm always like the most hated student in the university. I was the most hated student because I suck, because I don't listen. Well, it's not that I don't listen. I listen, but I cannot understand, right? But to them, I suck, I don't listen, I'm not supposed to be doing art because I'm not good at it, according to my university years. So maybe that hurts as well, but at least I learned something there. You have friends and people who appreciate you and your art, and I really do appreciate that as well. It truly helps a lot. It does, and I mean it. There's a lot of pressure on you doing art and streaming. It's your income after all. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is, yeah. I love your art stream the most. I love seeing your art. Oh, man. Thank you. I just don't think it's that good, and I'm still trying to improve, yeah. Always. That's pretty horrible of them. Honestly, there were so many times where I just don't want to do art anymore. But yeah, that's a very horrible experience, honestly. And I feel like I could have just gone the way of self-taught. Maybe that's even better than me going through university years. It's kind of nice to talk about this sometimes. Maybe bottling it up is kind of bad. Ah, man. I'm sorry, I'm suddenly going on the tangent again. You prove your family wrong, you're making a living out of art now and you're good at it. Kind of, yeah, kind of. I'm glad too. I'm really glad. Yeah, maybe I should keep doing this. It's fun. I genuinely having fun every time I do art. It's great. I love the feeling of creating something out of nothing, essentially. I mean, a sphere, I guess. It's great. You know, seeing a sphere becoming, slowly becoming something, it's kind of a nice feeling. Yeah, I like that feeling. And every time I see more and more things that's being added to it, more characteristics, more character defining traits into that certain character, albeit yes, honestly, currently, okay, this doesn't exactly looks like this, but it's my creation, and I think it kind of a little bit has a bit of that characteristics over there, and I think I'll take it, you know. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's the best feeling. It really is, it really is. I love that feeling so much. If these powerful years shape the world with your hand, yeah, like I mentioned casually during earlier this stream, I feel powerful. I can add booba to any character I want. Right? Shape the world. Now that I'm thinking back about it, I was being belittled so much that maybe I was so oblivious to them. I was trying to avoid them, I guess. Oh shit. Yeah, maybe I was just avoiding them too much. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just like faced them head on. Oh man. I'm fine just realizing something that I haven't realized for a long time. doing things that I genuinely enjoy. Yeah. That's why I'm here anyway. I'm fine. Just
Boop 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 boop.
thank you, Boba Newt. I'm sorry about that. It suddenly just hit me. I'm okay though. Like, promise. I am. When have you had a snack breakfast? Snack time in CPs? I was eating throughout the stream. I still have my food here. And also the drink that I just bought not too long ago. I got me some a winter melon lemon tea. Heck yeah. But yeah, it also feels good to let it out. Oh yeah. I'm gonna stretch leggy. Can't sit all day. Young'uns need to stretch occasionally. They come to the Get That Fire team like way earlier. Oh, did you? I might have missed it. Oh fuck. Oh, 2 hours ago you did. Okay, okay. I didn't say it. I'm sorry. Yeah, it says 2 hours ago here. I saw it. I got distracted by my pizza delivery. It was too. Hey, we can. Oh, I can do it now. Yeah. And CP time is important. Very. Need to hydrate more as well. Very important. Here, let me do this. Gonna get that walk. Gonna get that walk. I gotta get back to cleaning, but we stay lurking. Yeah. Good luck cleaning, and always thanks for the lurk. I think it's good. Okay. Now oh, I realized what we can do. Yeah. We could watch more food crimes. I'm always out for some food crime. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? I'll beat up the boss rush tonight. We still have like 4 or 5 hours. Okay. I saved, right? Save again, just in case. Food crime. You have me and my partner addicted to dancing bacons now? Watching food is fun. I don't know why though, but it's fun. Also, this is good. Very chill. I have been listening to these for so long now. Hey. I'm also having this to play at 144p. Because art is very intensive as well, apparently. Okay, let's go to the playlist. These are all just like 1 and 1 only. I want like I want a heckin' BBQ pork noodle wonton mee. Wow. Tanjong Penang. These are all like 1 only. Oh, this is like floating. Oh, floating market. Oh my god, yeah. Hi, Nina. Those thumbnails are making me hungry. Good thing I have my snacks here. Hope you're doing good. Let's watch some floating market. I only went to a floating market once. You'll be hungry watching this for sure? Hell yeah. Join me in this hungry adventure. One thing that I heard about floating market, it's like people over there likes to barter, like negotiate price. The floating market is great. Good thing I just ate pizza. We have an umbrella to shelter from the harsh sun rays. Yeah. Very important stuff. Considering it's always eternal summer here, yeah. Stixiya packs another boat fender. You must take a boat ride. It's not built for walking around as tourists. Yeah, that's why they are called floating market. I don't even remember which floating market I went. It's been like a decade, I think. The last time I went to Thailand. And the only time too. Powered by a man with a paddle. Howard. Yeah, honestly, I would enjoy. If I can, I'll pedal myself, but I don't think I'm fit for that. The motors are just too noisy. I don't like them. Convenient, yeah, but not comfy, you know. Food and shopping district. Look at that, you can even buy clothes and shit over there. It's crazy. It's so cool. Been to a floating market once in Vietnam, pretty cool. Yeah, it's such a different shopping experience. Look at them, they're so skilled controlling the boats. Look at them selling things on top of a boat. Fully equipped on their boats. Look at it, it's so cool. Kampung Ka. I wonder what a cryptid looks like. You mean my cryptid? My cryptid does make an appearance sometimes. This is not balloon, I got bamboozled. What balloon? Do you want balloon? Oh, I wasn't playing balloon, right, of course. I forgot I have food crime that we can watch. Yeah, I'm surprised that there's no like boat jams. I can vaguely remember the last time I went to a floating market, it was like so packed with people. Yeah, boats will do that. Sometimes they'll be like, hey, there's a tourist coming, and then they'll stop your boat. they will stop your boat, but you can just politely tell them, it's like yeah, I'm okay, you know. You can just be like, I'm good. Wrong boom. I'm so curious to see what they look like. Sure, I'll show you afterwards. Snickleball, I'm committed to the EP. Okay. Have a good EP, Sola. Have the great EP. Damn, look at things that they're selling. Crazy. We should have won games sometimes. My game isn't good enough. No. It's sad combo noises. Ooh. BBQ grill on a boat? Grilled banana. Flattened and grilled. So unique. I never seen this before. Sweet sauce coconut caramel. Wow. Damn, look at that. Yep, it's Thailand. It's very Thai. Oh, oh, Banju. Langa, langa. So skilled. Look at them. The way they control boats with one hand. I'm just so impressed by how they're handling the boats. Hunter butt. Sticky sauce. That water is bad. Yeah, we don't go into the water. Honey barbecue. I could drink the water. No. Don't drink the water. It's too much motor oil juice in there. No, whoa. See, what I'm concerned is that floating markets or boat markets like this, people are surely gonna throw things down, I feel like. And they're probably gonna get fined for it, or get shouted at, but that's pretty much it. What to do, you know? Poke gem, poke gem. Man, look at them, no law. I kind of wish they didn't like speed up this footage here. I would rather look at it as it is, honestly. But that's just me. I love a good scenic ride. Still no demon combo? The water is magic. You got a singing fish. Fish. End of boat right, that's 30 minutes. Water is not magic, woe is lie. Dam Noin Sudwak Sadwak. Boat noodle. Why do you need a boat to like get food if you can do it off land? This is there's only a few that you can access, you know, a few selection of food, but there's like a shopping district that's specifically made for boat rides. What is that amount? It's so small. And yeah, because boat cool. I would ride the boat just to look cool. Hell yeah. I honestly loved the boat ride last time I went there. Soup and spoon. Oh, wait. I wanna watch this one. Oh my god, wait, these look so good? These are all so good. This one... What's with the robot? Have I watched this before? I think I have, but I forgot. Yo, he has a dick? just for that, I'm watching it. Jinzhu Wang. This is from Taiwan. Whoa. Whoa. Bengjia. I'm eating my food here. I'm gonna go mute for a few minutes because I'm eating. I don't want to make obnoxious noises. But of course I'll still make some comments here and there. That's so much onion. I don't like onion. Oh, it's a suckling pig. Whoa, lady, what? But onion tastes weird. They have that weird taste. Liu Itao. Onion and garlic. Oh, wait, I vaguely remember watching this. Why are they cutting? Why are you cutting, robot? Is that noodles? Let me in there. Why do you want to get cut? Oh, yo, wait, that's actually satisfying? Hey, yo. Oh, goddamn, oh, yeah. Now we unscrew the blade. Oh, wait, oh my god, wabam. Wait, you're a genius. I want that too. Let me in there. Let me in there. It could feed me food instead. Holy shit. I could put all the non-stick. Well, I'm a snake. I can put all the food on top of that, and then the robot can feed me instead. Oh my god. Yeah, food. I can put all the cobalt. I mean, I can put all not cobalt on top of there, and then I can eat them. Oh my god, metal chopstick. They suck. Yeah, they just suck. I hate the noises they make. I hate metal on metal grinding noises. I hate that feeling, and I hate the taste. Metal spoon is fine. Why metal chopstick? I'd rather have plastic chopstick. Why are you slapping that meat like that? Oh yeah, I mean, no. I have a pair of flat metal chopsticks. Why are you torturing yourself? Buy another pair of chopsticks and don't use that. That sound though. Ayo. Ayo. I just want to like check if the pastry is done cooking. The only use. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good use of them. Try cooking with that squish. No! Don't cook with metal utensils on a metal pan. Especially on a non-stick pan. It hurts my ancestors. Mmm, chicken. Oh my god, I'm so fucking hungry. I want this one. Alright, I'm gonna eat again. Damn, that looks good. Chicken is good as cobalt tail. Don't eat cobalt tail. What sauce is that? Oh, cheese. Nom Evie. hot, hot. Hey, it's... Oh, I remember this! This immediately... Yeah, it's a cotton candy art something. I mean, it looks like uncanny mascots, but hey, it's cotton candy. And it's actually amazing. You know, those uncanny mascots. Oh, this is so cool though. It's a kind of edible art where you don't feel like you have committed the greatest sin after biting into it. To put it that way, it's kind of sad, but yeah. Also, look at that. I have a nom command now. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm not into 4, I'm only into plush 4. Yeah, strictly only plush 4. The rest, I don't wanna. Okay, strictly. Very strict too. This is so big though. Debatable. Are you making Donald Duck? I don't remember. Oh, careful, Disney's gonna come get you. Oh, it's not a Donald Duck. Okay. It's a bear. It's a bird. Yeah, like, I mean, for a cotton candy, being able to do this is actually fucking amazing. I don't even know how to make a normal cotton candy, and this guy just made art out of it. Chocolate. It's so derpy. Yes. Oh, wait, that's so good though. Bear head. God damn, would feel bad eating that. The sugar? Yeah, bite on it. Mmm. I haven't eaten a cotton candy in at least a decade. That's a kiss, young lady. I think more than a decade. I think my last cotton candy experience was me in primary school. Xiong Hei Tang this one. Oh, yeah. I mean, Lao Hu Tang is not as good, I feel like. The Wait, will Laveau buy a cotton candy? Can I want one too? I want a cotton candy too. KLC? KLC. Let's go, KLC. Fish for cotton candy. I want a cotton candy. I mean, it's fried chicken, right? KLG? A Koala G? Ooh, oh my god, chicken nugget. I'm gonna cook. I mean, I'm gonna eat that. Oh my god, it's chicken. Ooh, that crunch. Oh my god. God damn, that crunch. KLG? They even have popcorn chicken? Fuck! I want it. I want it. Damn, that looks good. That's a huge fries? KLG, close enough. 快乐鸡 happy chicken, essentially. Oh well, it's a word play on it. G, the letter G sounds like chicken. G. That meat looks raw. Is it just me? Or it looks half cooked? I don't think that's safe for consumption if it's chicken. Should I be concerned? It's thigh, it's more red. Oh, thank God. Okay, okay. Coca-Cola. Don't know that was half cooked. Even thighs get white. Human? How do you... Jade, I'm concerned. I'm scared. Help. It's leaking, what are you doing? I don't want to know, Jade. Oh my God. Oh, wait. You are working on medical expertise. Then I'm not too surprised, yeah. That's understandable. Hell yeah. Oh! More? One in the middle? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. More? Oh my God. Oh, I wasn't prepared for that shit. Strawberry? So that paste is sweet? Oh, that's not cheese paste, is it? Damn, that looks good. I want to eat it. I'm having food now. I'm hungry. Oh my God. Oh, it's custard. Of course. Damn, huge bite. Oh, wait, this is food yay, 200%. No food crime so far. That's a food yay for me. Oh, galon. Pig blood. Don't know what that is. Is that vinegar? They thought she cannot speak Chinese. And then the young man just says like, oh, Chinese okay? Yeah. What would they want to like? Well, see, my question is, what's the point of them doing that? Like, what's the point of doing this one, and then why throw it away? Why rinse it and then throw it away and then put it back? I'm seeing a lot of stalls doing this. Is there a particular reason? Because to me personally, I don't think I like that. If a thing that's on the bowl, don't put it back to everyone that's gonna use that one. I don't particularly like pig blood. I tried it, but it's not what I like. Yeah, it is bitter gourd. I was like, yeah, pig blood is. I don't hate it. I don't like it either. Reason looks flashy, does it now? Yeah, I wouldn't go on my way to have it. I would try anything else than the blood. Bing Huo Tang Yuan. Ooh! Glutinous rice balls? Oh, glutinous rice balls! Oh my god, they're great. With shaved ice? Well, that's a first. Your hand must be that cold, buddy. Why am I blood sausage with kimchi inside? I don't know what blood sausage is. Interesting. I don't know what that is. I guess it's a Taiwan thing. Melt in the middle. Oh, that's kinda cute. Shaved ice, hot peanut, black sesame ball, glutinous rice balls. And cobalt one blood? Sometimes, yeah. I wonder what blood sausage can mean. I don't know. Like, is it sausage made of blood? Ooh, that looks good. Sausage made out of blood? Ew. Why is your face concerned just now? Lemon juice only? Ooh, I like that. Sugar water, I assume? Osmanthus flower honey syrup. Okay. Eating ice. Takoyaki. Usually it's pig blood, buckwheat rice, buckwheat/rice and spices. But a local in my city is doing one with kimchi. I mean, I do love the taste of kimchi, to be honest. Kimchi is pretty good. It's like sour, it has a tad bit of sour and spicy mostly in it. And I'm kind of a big fan. There's not much kimchi here that I can have. You know, Miri being Miri. Damn, they are so fast. Then you like it here? Not the blood sausage part, I don't like that. One thing, are you in Korea? Isn't kimchi Korea stuff? Damn, they are so... They could... You know, they're so fast they could go for a vacation. They are too familiar with this. Look at how fast their hand is, it's crazy. Nope, just a very Asian-centered part of Russia. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, I want that. Oh god damn it, I want that. Oh, I want that though. Oh my god, I want that. Oh. Self-service units. Well, that's the first. Is it bean curd? I think that's bean curd. Is there a heart? Seven for 100. I guess this one is speed running. This one, this speed run is warranted, I guess. No, I do feel, I do see there's a lot of people waiting. Mixed braised meat, and blizzard chicken heart, pig intestines, wheat gluten, and duck tongue. Wow. Not a big fan of eating the heart. This all makes me feel icky. I guess, yeah. I mean, being in Southeast Asia, I guess eating, what do you call this, inerts? Is pretty common, yeah. But not the heart though. The heart might be a little bit of a rare case. Usually it's intestines, 猪肠猪肚 pig belly, 猪肠猪肚舌头. Yeah, tongue is also a common one. One thing I like from something like this would be cow lungs. Never had that before. Tastes just like beef, but very, very chewy in texture. Huh. Yeah, smell it. Mmm. What's the smell for? Gonna stiff to make sure it's not wrong. They got cheap, you know. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Testing if it's alive. See what's up. With the skin? Big. Very big. But they mix in a lot of the watermelon skin. It's probably gonna taste a little bit bitter in it now. Is that cleaning I see? On the street food? Wow. Well, I mean, it's sort of a cleaning, I guess. The good suck. Wheel cakes? Oh, they're called wheel cakes? Do you think Breaky would taste like watermelon? No, no comment. No comment. What are those again? I remember seeing them before. Are those potata or... Yum? Chắc con đồ điếc. That looks kinda cool. I don't know what these are though. Like, what are these? That doesn't look like sesame. Gonna take my partner to get these next time she's up here with me. They're matcha ones and cheese and corn and all yummy flavors. Cheese sounds good, corn sounds good, matcha sounds good. The slap. Ugh. The group hardens. Sour green apple? I love sour green apple. Uh-oh. Whoa. But sour green apple, oh my god. My favorite. Glad I'm not the only one. But don't eat Braggy. No. Don't eat brekkie. Apple flavor is the best. I love making apple muffins. Honestly, yeah. Apple is great. Sour apple is great. I love them. Watching me makes me miss when I worked in the cafeteria. I was a chocolate chip cookie master. Yo, that's pretty respectable. That looks good. I want it. Now please tell me what those, like... Yeah, what is that? Are those chocolate chips? I don't think they are. Oh, sesame and peanut. Okay, okay. Makes sense. Ang tao swa. Custard creme. Ooh. Yam paste. Ooh. Ming lun tan ping. The custard one is definitely one of my favorites. That one is a food yay from me, yeah. So far, no food crime. I'm so glad. Egu, egu, egu. Huh. The slap. Chocolate with that? I hope that's not chocolate. Egg pancake. A spring onion pancake. Specialty sweet and what sauce? I didn't see it. Mm. It's a wordplay. Do you guys know who the main character in Ip Man is? Yeah, that actor is Zhen Zidan, and then the shop of this name is Zhen Zhu Dan. It's a wordplay. Yum yum. Very cool snake avatar, by the way. Forgot to say it before now. Thank you. It's one of my earlier models, and I'm glad. Although I messed up the hand though, so there's no hand tracking for this one. I'm glad you like it. I also figured out that I love hypnosis when I was making this model. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna skip this one. Yeah, it's live shrimp. Yike. Okay, that's the last one. We're skipping this one. I don't want to see fucking live shrimp getting pierced to death. No, I'm not gonna watch that. Excuse me. Okay. I think we watched all the street food one. We can watch something that's not street food. Malaysia street food in Penang Island. It says that I watched it, but I don't remember watching it. I remember the scene though. Hmm. We need to watch more Malaysian street food. Oh yeah, we watched this. Yeah, we watched this. Yeah, I think we watched all the street food from Dancing Bacon possible. Wait, that's another one. Ooh, this was a new one. Street food and local market in Phuket, Thailand. Thailand. You should make some new pictures of your models, like the one that I rendered, that I've been showing. Like snake petting couple, and then the dragon lifting couple. Oh yeah, I forgot one thing. I don't know if Zantik is still here, but this is the cryptid we're talking about. Like this one. I honestly like the dragon model so much, and I should keep the standard. Yeah, because standard has more details like this. Like gold and shit, like actual gold markings, right? I like gold markings, and don't know what this marking is, but I kept it. Gold claw, gold mane. Yeah, I wanna re-export the model to make them like, because I just realized that VTuber Plus can handle standard shader or standard material. So that's one thing that I can do. Favorite soda made by an airplane. Oh my god, uncle. That's a lot of ice. Whoop. Is that blue lemon? Oh, please tell me that's blue lemon. Ooh. Flavored airplane soda. It has to be blue lemon. Mmm. Oh, che. Che. It's blueberry. Slightly saltish. Oh. Here, let me change this real quick. It's getting dark. This is the last video we watched them. Why is the obsession with blue lemon? It's good. It's genuinely good. I don't know what difference it is with the normal lemon, but it's good. It tastes pretty much the same. Yeah, none. but it's good. Oh, please pop that. Oh god, that triggered my trypophobia. God damn it. Oh, please pop that. I don't want to look at it. Oh, oh, it hurts. Oh, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't like it. Is it gone? Chat, shout at me once it's finished. I'm not looking at it. Is it gone? Is it done? I don't hear as much sizzling anymore. I think it's done, question mark. I can look. Oh, okay, we good. Is that banana? Is that chocolate? Wait, is that Nutella? Why the L? Oh my god, Elsa. When the fuck was I sub to so many people? Because you're heckin' amazing, Whoa. Darn Nutella. Why is Nutella so popular? It's not even really tasty. I guess in Southeast Asian, a lot of people think that it's tasty. My family included. They fucking love Nutella. But it's way too expensive, so we didn't buy them. Ooh. Yes, fry all of them. I don't know why, but I have the urge of wanting to eat every single one of them. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I want to eat them. 2 big woks? Damn, you're busy. Is that chicken skin? Oh my god, it's chicken skin! I'm gonna come. I mean, I wanna eat them. Damn, chicken skin. That looks good as fuck. That looks pretty good, not gonna lie. Look tasty. Love how I'm watching this while depressingly eating a damn salad. A salad can be good. Also, hi Delta Tonic. Chimkin. Damn, I want all that fucking kulit ayam. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want it. Oh my Jesus. Oh my god. God fucking damn it. This is so fucking good. Did you hear that crunch though? God damn. Ooh, even that breast looks good. Oh my god. Yeah. Kid. Kid. Bye bye. Chendol. Ooh, chendol. Chendol jelly drink. Lọt chong. I'm gonna make a colorful jelly worms. Oh yeah, that's one way to call them. Chendol jelly worms. Kanom krok. It's so Wait. It's so. I mean, the coconut is so strong that the camera gets overexposed. Wait. Look at that. Do you see that? The camera went overexposed because it's all coconut. Oh my god. I love that. Oh my god. Whole camera is like, ooh, oh my god. Why is there 10,000 suns on my camera frame? On my camera lens? Help. Lethal Company?
Thank you.
That looks pretty good. Add sugar to them. Ooh. Ooh, goddamn. Ooh, that looks pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, the crispy shell. God damn, that looks good. Oh, nice. Grilled squid. Never a big fan of grilled squid, to be honest. Just not my thing. I could go for some coconut meat and some lime and chili. Coconut meat. Like, look at look at how depressing that thing looks. I mean, okay, look, okay, I'm sure it looks good. I'm sure it tastes good. I mean, it just kind of looks depressing, honestly. Calamari. I love squid. Squid in a different form, I like it. Not this one. Hi, Lex. Are you pretty much any seafood? The ocean is so tasty. That's fine. Say fish sounds good. Don't know what that is. Can I tell you something I can throw at you? I think I can, yeah. It shouldn't be too hard now that I know how to convert into like throw items. Create squad. Chili sauce. Chili sauce. I always love her reaction, so wholesome. Chili? More? Less? Onion bad. Spring onion good. I love spring onion. Lamb juice? Ooh, what are you making? Umai? Don't know what that is. Is that sour powder? Yeah, it might be umai, this one. Or maybe not. Spicy chicken salad. Hey, look! Salad! It can be good too! Look at that. That's a good looking fucking salad. Sour. What sour? Yeah, that's the sour powder. Thailand loves their sour and spicy. Why did they go through so many holes? Simple as it is, this one looks good. Oh, it's getting dark. I'm gonna go open up the lights. I'm gonna pause this one because I want to watch it. Give me a few seconds. I'm big. My aunt made this shrimp fish. If I butchered it, I'm sorry. Recently, and it was the best one I ever had. They actually cooked the shrimp with garlic and then let it marinate in the juices, and it combos so well. And ceviche is a Hispanic dish which involves a fish slash shrimp marinated in lime juice with pico de gallo salsa. Wow, never heard of any of those. I mean, marinated in lime juice sounds good, I guess. Hi back, heck yeah. Mama noodle stand with fresh shrimps. Yes, as simple as it is, looks good. Instant noodles and shrimp. The spices they put looks pretty good.
Ceviche equals ceviche.
Ceviche. What is that? Is that fried vegetable? Fried chives with shrimps. Entire shrimp with... Huh. Chili sauce. Thailand loves their chili sauce. Are you just gonna eat that? I mean, I'm sure that cook is pretty okay. So good. Not being a big seafood eater, this is a no for V. That's fair. Nut. 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 These are boiled, so they are not. They are soft and creamy. Oh. Oh, okay. You can also boil peanuts. Miang kam. Betel leaf rub. Oh, can you just eat it? With that fly? Ginger? Oh no! Oh no! Ooh. Can I just eat it all? Yeah, I remember leaves like this is like... that looks good. I want to try it. Snake fruit. It's my fruit, okay? Please be gentle. Not more than 4? Wow. Please be gentle with my fruit. Pungent smell thanks to the snake fruit. Pungent? Ooh, that's soft. You're pungent. Oh wait, I want to go get food. Kobold, well, not Kobold, but Snake is hungry. Very hungry. Oh my god, they harvest snake fruit? Can't believe it, but they do apparently. Gosh, how rude. How rude. Okay, let me go here. Back to my cave. Snake hungry? Yeah, snake hungry. Rude to say the least. I know, right? Gosh. Actually... I didn't mean to do that. What do you guys think? This kind of looks like scales, right? I mean, with the way how it's being reflected. I love how there's like a glasses down there as well. Kind of fun. I kind of still prefer not having light. Maybe just like up the bloom, like this. Ooh. And then the hypnosis. Wait, let me redeem it. I just love playing with my... Where's my... Oh, someone did... Oh, thank you! Wow. Look at it. So cool. I like it. Get hypnosis to ED. Chicken nugget! Oh my god! I want chicken nugget. Let's go see who to rate, yeah? Oh, we rated Merp yesterday. As much as I want to rate Merp again. We rated Breen as well. Toonbolt is streaming! Toonbolt is going on for 8 hours. I guess we need to quickly rate Toon. Material snake tail? What? My tail is also glowy though. Oh wait, have I ever showed you guys this? Okay, this is the stream now. This is the stream now. Yeah, the tail glows. Red. We got nice red. I love tail. Not enough bones to make them look smooth, but hey, tail is tail. Give. No, don't take my tail. Here, let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie. I know you cannot hear me as much because I'm very far away, but hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Thanks, Bernie. My tail says thank you. We're gonna rate Merp. Yeah, we're gonna rate Merp. No, sorry, not Merp, Toon. Nay tiara gets a toot not a I will get some good noms, thank you. My words keeps getting deleted. Why? What's going on? Thanks for stream. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, and thanks for letting me vent a little bit just now. I mean, well, not letting me vent, but it's more like I discovered something that I was avoiding for years. But yeah, thank you. Really appreciate it. Pickle. Pickle, delicious. We're gonna ask Toon for our piece. I'm rating SA Heckin' Kobold. Maybe Kobold can have a tail cam like this as well. Tail cam. Tail cam. I love tail cam. Yeah, that's the right message, and I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. So I'm gonna raid, I'm gonna go get some dinner. No, don't burn Toon. Tail cam. Tail cam. Tail cam. Tail cam. Yep. Hiss. Hiss. Yep, hiss. What? Oh, the bucket. The bucket just falls off. Bucket. Let me type in the rate to Toon bolt. What? Wait, we need the boop though. Wait, what happens if you redeem boop many here? Yeah, boop tail. Oh, that's not boop many. How about pet tail? Is it here? Sort of. Pet tail. Pet tail. Boop tail. Boop tail. Boop tail.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, get that thigh? I almost missed it. Alright, let's do it. Why is there hands? Whoa, wait, RG tail? RG tail, oh my god. We love RG tail? Made into a popsicle. Okay. Oh, that looks like that's an interesting angle. What? Hi, Devin. Welcome to Tail Cam. Because Tail Cam great. Okay. Oh, good. I'm ready to raid. I don't mind some tail cam. Good to know. I love tails. Tails are great. I want more tail. Okay, I'm ready to raid. So, as always, I will not be streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday. Oh my god, that's a little tail. Smooth and agile tail. Tail. I'll be back on Friday. Probably gonna celebrate my birthday a little bit, but I'm not too sure what to do yet though. Shit, maybe I have to think about something. I have nothing planned for my birthday. Oh no. I mean, honestly, I would play more Forever Winter, but it's just not very stream friendly because my PC will like explode. Kobo special day very important. Yeah. And I want to make it special too, but I'm not too sure how. I'm looking at my Steam library. No, do not exploit your PC? I'll try not to. It's hard to make promises that I cannot keep. But yeah, I'll not make my PC explode from Forever Winter. It is mega intensive even with all the settings possible. I just kind of wish they have FSR or AMD FSR upscaling. So it will, that usually helps me play a lot of games, honestly. It's like a huge improvement in terms of like performance. It doesn't look good, but it helps me play the game. So hopefully they implement it someday. I don't know. Hopefully. Gosh, I have nothing in my mind. What do you guys think of Little Company? Maybe I can get back to the game. It has been a long time since I last played it. Last played December 31st, 2023. Almost a year of not playing this game. I could play it and be like, if my friends wants to join, then they can join, but I don't want to let like people I don't know join as well. Oh my, they added more than a few things since then. They added a lot of things? Oh shit, it was already so scary though. I think the last time I played it has this weird mask that you can pull on and get sucked to death, I think that's what it is. I'm not too sure. I might need to think of like how to implement how to like put in my own model into it. I've seen Tikri play this and it's like, hey, Tikri can put Tikri inside the game. That's kinda cute. Maybe I can put my Tiara into the game. Maybe. It's okay. I guess we can try... Yeah, I guess we can try Little Company. Sounds like an idea. Might not be very extravagant, but it's something. If you have a mod manager of sorts, it's easy enough to mod it. Cool. I was using Thunderstorm Manager for Little Company. I had the Proto-Gen mod. I don't know if it's gonna still work. It has been a long time. Is it Thunderstorm Mod Manager or R2 Modman? Wait, no, R2 Modman is for Risoframe 2. Shit, I don't remember. Maybe I should figure it out. Crap. But yeah, Little Company seems to be the way. They also have an Arachnophobia mode. Oh, that's nice. I think I saw your thunder, it works. Good. I need a talking glowing tail. Thank you. I like the glowing talking glowing tail too. So yeah, I can play some Little Company on Friday as like a small birthday celebration. Yeah. Too. So I'm gonna go get some food, gonna go get some rest, and yeah, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much.
Yep.
Yep. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Cause Snake loves y'all. Yeah, Snake loves y'all. I'm not a kobold today. And here comes the raid to Toonbold. Rating to another couple. Yep. No, his he's is there any noise other than his that the snake makes? His snake. Snacky. They do that tongue flick thing. I mean, I'm blabbing. Oh, wait, that's right. Sorry? I mean, I'm blabbing. Also, hi, I'm back. And Rattletail. Wait, if I want to do the... Oh, wait, I have an idea. Let me try this. I think I can do this. Oh, sorry. That's why we were doing it, I guess. Alright, take care everyone. Snake loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care. See you guys on Friday. Bye-bye. Oh, thank you, Trip Fox.
Hello and welcome.